hate you. Ouch. Oh, 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 oh. Eating some cheese. And we'll get back to fighting the fucking mask. I do think this is one of the worst things I've done, programming-wise. Like, I don't know. Like, it shouldn't be, like, that bad, but it's, for whatever reason, it's just awful. The only thing I've done that's worse than this is writing the renderer for Legends of Terrestrial. That was rough. Oh, and, you know, also, the other project that I gave up on. That was also bad. That was also pretty bad. That was basically trying to smooth render voxels based on their neighbors. Absolutely horrid. We're drinking some coffee. Chilling. But I feel like it was like getting close yesterday. Hopefully that was true and I wasn't actually just writing things that were just fucked. So what are we doing here? Can I get my head into this again? Jesus. We have a mask data input, which contains the render target, entity ID, screen position, if input is null, then we set the entity ID to, or if it's not null, then we set the entity ID to, no, that's wrong, right? The entity ID, this should be base entity.id. Because this is now us. And the screen position, that's fine. I don't know if it needs the ID, but maybe. Right? Otherwise, we set it to base entity. It should always be set to base entity, actually. But here we set this to our pixel screen position. We fetch the bounds of the mask. Right. We use that to fetch a render target. Here we should say, let's see, get offset. Up here, no matter what, here we should say rectangle bounds equals mask.get bounds. And we should say vec2i offset equals mask.get offset. Right. That way we just have it here. And then this is just offset. It doesn't matter if this is rectangle or not. For that, we just get the offset there. I'm not really sure what I'm doing there. If input does not equal null, then we are copying the render target. I wonder if you can fetch the current render target. Cache that. Okay. Render target binding. Previous targets equals graph gd dot get render targets. Okay. And then at the end before we return, we just do gd.set render targets, previous render targets. Sure. And then we return output. That makes sense. We set the new render target to the output render target. Then we clear it black. Wait, no, wait, actually. Yeah, no. No, we should do that. We we fetch the new one, we clear it. Then we draw the input to it if the input is not null. Thus copying the current render target. And then if we're a rectangle, we then set the mask as a temporary thing here. Here we're fetching a temp target, which I don't like this solution. I feel like it's kind of ass. Okay, so it's saying to do this, which I guess makes sense. I already have the white pixel here. Am I loading it? Yes. So then instead of fetching this, here we'll draw game1.access.whitepixel. And then we just use the white pixel as like what we use for sending in nothing, basically. However, what are we doing here exactly? Because the render target here is that. So what we need to do here is we need to set the parameter. I wonder, do you set the texture this as a parameter? Probably. And the parameter is input mask. Now, does it take textures? This should now be input.render target. Oh, it takes that. Fucking god. Holy shit, people are so fucking stupid. Like, genuinely, like, how do you function? How do you turn on your computer? Fuck. I just went into a Discord server because I wanted to leave suggestions for a program I'm using. But there's no suggestions or like anything like that. No channel for that. But there is one called platform suggestions. But that's only for adding like new platforms. Like new streaming platforms to the service. So I ask in general, is there anywhere to leave suggestions? And the first thing I thought was somebody's going to point me to that channel, even though it's not the right channel. And the first thing that happens is that someone points me to that channel, but it's clearly not for suggestions. And nobody has put any suggestions in there other than platforms. It says it's only for platforms. Like, I don't understand. Okay. So we don't need the temp target here anymore. Actually, just remove it. Uh, Hold on. I'm just leaving some feedback. There. The issue is whenever, almost every single time I leave feedback, the developers are like, this is intentional. And then it's like the most dogshit thing ever imaginable. That just makes it completely unusable. It's like every single time. Uh, 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 uh. This was supposed to be something down there for... I don't think this is relevant. This is basically... It turned into this instead. Is this basically done? So, head back in the game. Maybe. Okay, so we have copied over the old render texture to the new render texture. Then, if we are rendering a mask that is rectangular, in order to try to avoid having to draw a rectangular mask as a texture, which we could make it so that whenever we set a rectangular mask, it will just draw a texture and cache that. That would be fine. But I'm trying to just not do that. And instead we simply pass in the parameters to the shader, and then we just draw using the parameters instead. I don't know. I don't think it really matters that much, whichever we do. But I'm trying to do it this way instead. Anyway, fucking ADHD brain. If there is no input, then output plus screen position has previously here. Actually, let's do this and move these two around so that it is uniform with the top, right? Because here it's input does not equal null, input does not equal null, input does not equal null. I wonder if there's a difference, like what is faster, checking is not equal null or equals null, or does it? It probably doesn't matter. Because all we're checking is an address. So, like, null is an address as well. So it should be exactly the same, I imagine. Okay, so if input is not null, this means we're combining, then the right position then becomes input screen position minus base entity dot transform pixel screen position plus offset. And the offset is the mask's internal offset. I think that should be right, but I'm not sure. This is one of those things where it looks right, but I don't know if it is right in practice. Screen position. Why am I fetching screen position here? I don't think there's an actual reason. Because here we have input plus screen position. So this screen position needs to be this, basically. Right? So let's change this name to adjusted screen position so that we can maybe remember that. Here we can say object screen position plus mask offset. That makes sense to me. And then this shouldn't be here. We have a right position here, which is being set here. I think this should be right. And here we're setting the adjusted screen position here. However, I should just set that up there, because I already made a method here to just fetch the offset no matter what type it is. So we already have the offset, so we don't need to wait. So we can just set this here to be plus offset just immediately. So then we don't have to do that. We only need to set combine to 0. But we do need to set a right position here, I would say. Which should then be output dot adjusted screen position. And that's it. No. No, the right position should be offset. No, the right position should just be nothing. Let's see, the right position is a vec2i, so it should be vec2i.0. That's what it should be. And the entire point of this is so that we can maintain an offset. And once we have written, we don't need to store an offset, because all that matters after we have written is the screen position of the corner of the mask. That's all that matters. Yes. So then we set the values here. Position, set value to this. Size, set value to that. I don't really like this, right? Because it's setting value using a vector 2. Let's see what it takes. Does it take points? Vector 3, quaternion, texture. No, it doesn't take any... It takes this, right? It takes an int array. And in Unity, you can use an int array to blit that into like an int 4 inside of HLSL. But according to Claude, I don't know if it's true, it doesn't necessarily work in MonoGame, which I don't entirely buy. But it might, but it might not. So we'll just have to use the vector 2. But hopefully it's okay. Like, I don't know exactly how precise floats are, to be perfectly frank, but it should be fine. Like, just setting a float value to an integer value, I think that should always be okay. It's the second you start doing anything with it, subtracting or division or anything, that's when it should start potentially having rounding errors. Because I used to, when I was writing my big shader, I used to do a lot of comparisons with floats, because I was sending in all the values as colors, which is basically always a float. And then I was like inflating that by multiplying it by 255 and then getting the value that way. And it was extremely accurate, to the point of not actually having any errors at all. So Should be fine. And then we draw here. I think this should be... This should also take this... in here. This. Let's see, sampler state comes before effect, I think. Unless it doesn't matter, but it should. So the sampler state, we have point, clamp, 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 clamp. It only has clamp and wrap. Okay. Then yeah, point, clamp. I wonder what it does if sampler state is null. What's the default? The default when passing null is linear clamp. Okay. So, generally speaking, I would say we should always do point clamp. Every single time we do a begin. Even there. Because otherwise this is gonna get fuzzy, I think. And then what? Is this done? I think so. Now it just needs the other mask types. But we can implement that later. We can move on and just say that we only have rectangles for now and just use rectangle, because that's actually the only one I need at the moment. And if that works, then we implement the circle and the texture. Um, let's actually just do this for now. So it doesn't wig out that it's like writing or using unassigned values or something. I'm gonna write that down just to be sure. Add circle and texture mask back to mask later if it works. Uncomment rectangle. Right. And then this returns the output. So we send in an input and it's supposed to return an output. Because this is called combine recursive masks, which is a little deceptive, but basically what we're gonna do is in entity here, in draw, we have a flag here. If component has flag. The mask has a is recursive boolean there. But should that be here in the descriptor? Yes, I would say so. Public bool is recursive equals false. Bool is recursive equals false. This dot is recursive equals is recursive. Also, I don't know if recursive mask should be allowed to have a blend mode. I don't know. Maybe. Either way, let's not bother with that. So, if component flags has flag has draw mask, we don't necessarily need to do this as a flag anymore. But we can rather just do if mask does not equal null. So I did put a mask in here. So now what it contains is a mask, a transform, and a parent, basically. I'm just wary of putting extra things in here. Because it makes it heavier. I don't really like that. But I think the mask is... It's just like having to search for the mask through the components to do all of this shit when I already worry about the mask being a bit heavy. Is something that I don't really want to do. So here we're gonna say if mask does not equal null, but that's just the mask component. So then we have to say, just in case, if mask.mask does not equal null. But I guess we can just do that here. If mask... Well, no, let's do it in here. Then this is gonna be a little bit of a pain in the ass too. Here we have a list of mask descriptors, but I think this should be a dictionary of int and mask data. Mask dict. And what we're going to do then is we are going to say... No, it's going to be a sorted list. That's what it's going to be. Not a dictionary. So if we have a mask, what we then have to say is if mask.mask.is recursive, then we need to implement a way to handle that, right? And this mask data, this should be recursive mask dict. Then we're gonna say mask.combine recursive masks. Actually, maybe we shouldn't change this. Maybe we just pass in the sorted list entirely. Right? I think that might be smarter. Recursive mask list. And then we have an input here. If input does not equal null, then let's say mask data input, and then we'll say if recursive mask list equals null, or recursive recursive mask list dot count is greater than 0. No, equals 0. Then we'll say input equals null. Else input equals recursive mask list, recursive mask list dot count -1. But that's not entirely true either. Because I believe this uses a key, and the key is on the left, so that's not entirely true. So we need to use like recursive mask list dot keys. Recursive mask list dot keys dot count -1. Sure. Unless there's another way. Let's see. Input recursive mask list dot get no. What? No, we're not on .NET 6 Plus, are we? Actually, this is MonoGame. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be right back. Maybe we are on a newer .NET. Okay, so apparently there's a way of accessing arrays that looks like this in .NET 6 and higher. So recursive mask list dot values like that. Never seen that before. Okay. And then we don't need to do this. We just add it to the sorted list. Recursive mask list dot add. Now here is the question. This key should be what should we call it? Like tree depth. Tree depth. This shouldn't... Input set to null. And we're creating an output there. Okay, so this should be output. Then we need to go back to entity. And we need draw needs to have an int tree depth. Can you just do this? No. If is enabled, return. Otherwise, tree depth plus equals 1. Which then leads us to this. Tree depth. And that's that. Okay. No, actually, the tree depth should be set after everything, but before children. No, actually, it should be set to tree depth plus tree depth. I think. No, let's write it like this. This is more logical. I hate plus plus. 3 depth plus 1. If mask is recursive, combine bright batch. Let's rename this to B. It's annoying. Free depth. Recursive mask addict. I think the recursive mask addict should be it should never be null. Now the only thing is, but that doesn't matter because the rendering can't really be multi-threaded anyway. And technically it already is multi-threaded because the GPU kind of does that. But here we're calling main controller.draw. So I think in here is where we should have public sorted list int mask data recursive mask list. New sorted it's less accessible. How is public public game 1? And then I set this to public sorted list. Field type sorted list is less accessible than field game 1 recursive mask list. You're telling me that sorted list is it's public? How is this an error? I don't understand at all why that needs to be internal. Like, what? You're telling me a sorted list is somehow not public, even though it does say it's public if I check it. Where are we? There. I wish you could copy this fucking thing. Mask data is probably not public. Yeah, it's not. It's internal. Alright, I guess. We'll just set it to internal, I suppose. But I feel like I would rather just like Control F all the entire project and just replace internal with public. Because I don't really understand this internal shit. I don't understand why it needs to be that way. Why it bothers with that. It's just kind of annoying. Okay. This main controller is not... This isn't taking... Sorted list. Int mask data. Recursive mask list. Alright. And then here, it's gonna take tree depth, which is 0, and then it takes recursive mask list there. You could do something like this, I suppose. Can you do that in anything, or does it need to take a params? Like params, can you not do this? Okay. No, that's sad. But doesn't really matter. Okay. Well, whatever. Yeah, I was just thinking, hey, maybe I can just create like a params array and just pass in all of this shit there. And then we just give these, like, just type params here. That way we don't have to repeat all this bullshit. But that is doable. But I would need to make an overload for that, and that's not worth it. Because this isn't going to expand. This is all that we're gonna have here. And here, we have a mask list here. This one is incorrect. But the mask list should look like this. And then inside of entity, if mask is recursive, then we call mask.combine recursive masks, which then just adds another mask to the recursive mask dict. And then so what we need to say here is sb.end, sb.start. Oh, sb.start. No, begin. Sampler state point clamp, and then effect game1 dot access dot recursive mask RT. No, that's not the one. Actually, we don't have what we need. Let's go and make what we need. This should be called default render effect. Probably. Or should it be called or whatever. Either way, this is the one we need to use now. But it shouldn't begin here. It needs to begin after here. And then here we'll say effect one access dot. Well, actually, we have game there. Game dot default renderer. Well, if it's that short, then we don't need to bother. Game dot default render effect dot parameters dot set value. That's what we need to do for some random things here. If mask is recursive, then what we're gonna say is recursive mask. Then we're gonna set this as recursive mask dict dot values, the new cute thing, dot render target. Do we not have a function to return render targets? No. Public void return render target to pool. Render target and then we're gonna say vec2i size equals new vec2i render target. Let's not do that. Let's just do render target dot size. No, render target dot width and render target dot height. Is it faster to just do this? It's not this easy here, though. Actually, yes, it might be. 128 256 112 1024. And then here, this has to be render target pool. Render target 64 dot return to pool render target. Then return. Six 512 1024. And then here in main controller, every single time we do clear, we have to first do for each I in, no, not I, RT in recursive mask list dot values dot. Well, it's not. Okay, so it's gonna be RT. This is mask data. So then we're gonna say mask data dot render target dot dispose. No, mask data dot dispose. And then we can destroy that. Should be simple enough. They're in game 1, main controller.draw. No. I mean, sure. Man, I don't know. It is already passing in the draw. So the recursive mask list isn't even... We don't actually need to pass that in. But whatever. Back to the entity. Oh, game1.access. Return render target to pool. Render target. Then entity. So here. Yes, so here, once we generate a recursive mask, we'll then set the latest recursive mask to be the recursive mask, right? And then if there is a mask here, then we have to end the sprite batch. And if mask is recursive, then we do this. Else, if you have a mask but it's not recursive, then we need to say game dot regular mask is then set to shit. This is what I was talking about before. Yesterday, I think. I think what we'll do is we'll write a function inside of the mask that will set the parameters. So in here, we'll have a public virtual void set parameters, set effect parameters, and then it'll take an effect. Then in here we say public override vec2i set effect parameters. And then effect dot parameters dot mode. No. Draw mask. Is there a bool here? True. I think so. Effect dot parameters. Raw mask. Mask position. The thing is, I don't have this yet. I haven't made these values. In fact, I haven't made this shader at all. So can you pass in a vector too? Yeah, okay. Alright, this is a rect. So mask size. Right. Then we need a mask type. The value should be 0, I think. You can use enums here. Mask shape, circle, rectangle, circle, polygon. I think we're gonna get rid of the polygon and only use rectangle, circle, texture. If it's a polygon, then it's a texture. Mask shape. I don't think a rectangle needs more than this. It needs... Yes, we're drawing. It's a rectangle. This is its position. This is its size. I think that's it. Actually, it's not entirely its size. We have a border color here. And that's what inverted is supposed to be. So something like that. And then we need to set the border color, which is done. Pretty sure I'm doing that here somewhere. Here, border sampler. Then we are setting sampler states to 1. And we make another one. Sampler states 1, border sampler black. I guess. And then here we just set effect.parameters, mask sampler, ID, set value, inverted, then 1, otherwise 0. Now, this isn't entirely correct. Because that's a border sampler. Does this still have like the built-in then? Right, because this is sprite texture sampler. Is this what's getting set? Since this is S0. Okay. Oh, you set it. You set the sampler state to that. Set it after begin. What? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, that makes sense. So here, sprite texture sampler. Here we want 2 more samplers. Call this border sampler white. Register S1. Border sampler black. Register S2. And so here we're sampling sprite texture, which is this is passed in by draw, passed in by sampler state. So the input mask So what this is doing is it is copying the sprite texture into the render target. So the input mask is only relevant for combining. Meaning the input mask here should probably use the border sampler black. For combining. Now, what I'm not sure about is if I pass in a text, 1x1 texture into draw with an effect, will that effect only run for 1 pixel? Fuck. Oh, you can. Okay. So, okay. So that works. It's just that in the mask, what we need to do here when we say white pixel, this actually needs to be a new rectangle with a 0.0 position, and the size needs to be rectmask.rect.size. Right, that way we actually render the whole thing. And that way the shader can do what we want it to. And I feel like this kind of lets you do compute shaders in a way. All you have to do is just hijack the sprite batch and just say like, yep, we're writing this 1 pixel to all of these, like to this area, and then you've got a compute shader. Pretty much. The only difference is that it's hijacking some texture shenanigans, and it's got a vertex and a pixel step, right? So it's probably a bit slower than an actual compute shader. But I don't think it's much slower, because the vertex shader, when you have one rectangle, is probably instant. Honestly, I could work with that. Like, without compute shaders, doing this to mimic a compute shader is completely fine, I think. Because the rectangle is basically the dispatch size. And that's it. Oh, that's 2 hours. 2 hours, 20 minutes. Oh, man. Getting past the fucking mask is gonna be like 90% of the game. That's what it feels like. Holy shit. This is such a pain in the ass. I could have made it easier, but it would have been worse. But this is a typical case of I have an edge case that I want to cover, and covering it might actually happen in practice. Basically, the reason why it's so difficult is that I want support for having a recursive mask on an object, and then one of its children also has a recursive mask, right? That's what I want. But the issue with that is that it makes it like 3 times more complicated, because now you need to combine those together. Because you can't just have like a list of masks. You could actually, but it would be just as complicated. You could basically deconstruct it. Like, if you turn them into textures, you could like deconstruct them into buffers and allocate them to buffers with like counts and shit, and then you could iterate through them that way. But that is definitely just as complicated as just combining them. But it's not as easy as just combining them either. You need to track which draw depth in the tree that it was combined at, so that when you return from the leaf down and go to another branch, you can return back to a previous recursive state as well. So you can't just have one texture and draw to it. So that's why I needed to make like pooling for render textures and shit like that. I wonder if you could make the render textures smaller. You can. Okay, I think that's good. We don't need floats. So now we can say here. New render target. Graphic width height. What is this? False. Bitmap. Surface format dot alpha 8. Depth format none. Okay, so if that's the case, how do you write to this? Alpha 8 maps to .a when sampled, but when writing from the pixel shader you still return a full float 4. The GPU just discards the RGB channels and only writes alpha. Okay. Fair enough. It maps to .a when sampled. No, yeah, I think that should be fine. It doesn't matter what we're not reading or handling that here at all. This is just combining or writing straight up. Okay. However, in the renderer that we're gonna write soon, we will have to remember that it's only .a. But yeah, I think this is actually quite important. Because like a 1080p render target can be like 800 megabytes or something. Which is a lot. Or is that actually true? Let's see. Times 32. No, that should be like 8 megabytes. Eight megabytes. Yeah, okay, that wasn't that bad, honestly. It lied to me before then. Oh, yeah, okay. That was for 100 render targets. Okay, fair enough. Well, yeah, then it doesn't matter then. It's all fine. It's completely irrelevant. But it still doesn't hurt to minimize it to 1/4 of the size by just having the one that we need. Maybe we go get some water. Now we need to recover for round 2. It's getting close, but we still have a few things left to manage. I need to write a shader for just our default renderer, basically. And then we need to properly manage the parameters, because right now what's happening is that whenever an object has a local mask or a personal mask, we need to stop and we need to set the parameters for that mask so that that object can render with the mask. And then we need to undo them before we pass the effect and the draw on to the children. So that's a little clunky, but it has to be done. But it doesn't need to be entirely undone. It just needs to be like, we flip on draw mask, and then we set the parameters for the mask, and then we flip off draw mask. And then the other parameters don't need to be reset, because the next time we're gonna draw a mask, they will be overwritten. And the second we find a recursive mask, we need to generate the recursive mask data, which is always a texture. So we need to generate that, and then we enable draw recursive, draw recursive mask in the parameters. We assign it. We might need to set a screen position in the shader. Yeah, I think we need to set a screen position in the shader for the mask. And then we shouldn't set anything else, because then as it's set, what you have to do is you have to do spritebatch.end, and then you set the parameters, and then you do spritebatch.begin, and then you can continue rendering, right? So as long as the recursive mask doesn't change and there's no other mask, like local mask, then we don't need to end it. Then we can just begin and then just keep mashing until it gets to the next render phase. Because first we render hexes, which doesn't need to use them. I don't think hexes will ever use masks. Hexes, if there's any transparency on a hex, that's just going to be transparency. And because it's like a hex might have states, right? You might have like a forest, and then you might have a forest with roads, you might have a forest with this or that, like maybe a settlement. And then that will probably just be like a stamp that you write on top of it in a second phase or something. So that shouldn't need anything at all. And then we draw entities, game objects, game entities. They might use masks, probably not. But that's where we have to like We have to clear and reset the shader there. And then we go through all the entities, and then next up is static UI elements. Or no, it's game elements. Game UI elements. Like health bars and shit maybe. Or icons. And there, definitely, we need to reset there. And then we reset before static GUI and dynamic GUI. And that should be pretty much it. Then I might be able to make the window that I was going to make. That started all of this. This is all for one window type. But it is an important window type. It is. It's the most important window type, I would say. The scrollable window. Oh, we'll also need to apply the mask to the click as well. Any mouse input needs to be checked against the mask too. Water. 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 New chair, my tell. Alright, let's try pushing a little bit more. So I don't have much more. I'm still really tired. I've been tired all week. Hopefully that gets better next week. Mask. Mask, this is for combine recursive masks. Entity. Okay. If mask is recursive, then we set recursive mask to the mask. We're gonna set parameters, recursive mask position to adjusted screen position. Screen position. But that is a vec2i. Then it gets converted from a vec2i to a vec2 to a vector 2. Maybe we should do this. Let's see. Or do we have structs? The vec2i operator, vec2. Let's do that, but let's do that for Microsoft.xna.framework.vector2. And that is a new... Oh, we don't need that. Honestly, I think I've been kind of stupid making my own vec2 here instead of just using the vector 2 and the point. But I just don't... I don't like using their built-in ones. Like, there's always something. And it's super annoying to me. It's just missing something, it doesn't have an operator, it's not doing this, not doing that. So I'm just trying to make sure it explicitly converts. I have an implicit operator for point, but for vectors it needs an explicit operator, and that's fine. Right, so we were here. Now we just have a vector 2 there. Yeah, that's fine. Now the question is, do we need a size? No. All we need is a position, because then what's going to happen is that we are going to... We have the position, and then we're going to have an input position. Which I don't know exactly what it's going to be. Actually, that's a good question. Let's see. So here, in the mask, it has a pixel input here, right? But the question is, the pixel input contains input dot position, which is the pixel position. However, what pixel position? Is it the pixel position of the input texture or the render target? Let's check. This might be wrong then. Maybe. Maybe not. It's the pixel position of the rendered target. So if you draw with a source rect of 10, 10, 50, 50, but the destination rect covers the full 512 times 512 render target, input dot position will still go from 0 to 512, 512. Wait, that's not true. Well, yeah, it's 512 exclusive. Because otherwise it's got 513 pixels. Okay. Yeah, I think this is correct. This position here, let's rename this to... If combine equals 1, sprite texture. Input mask. I want to call this target mask instead. Make this more clear. So here we're rendering a text, thing here, a rectangle. If we are within the position, then if we are combining, then sprite texture is the input, which is the new. So this should be input texture. No, this should be target text, target mask. And it should use a border sampler black, I think. Makes sense to me. And I think the same thing here. If combine border sampler black. And then if it's a texture, this is where this is a bit different, I think. So here we're saying the target mask is here, but actually the mask is the sprite texture. Is this the matrix? No, this is much more complicated than that. A random dude knocked on my door today, wanted to buy my car. Oh, like when I'm... didn't you have like a... like some other car as well? Or is it your regular car they're trying to buy? That's the one they want to buy, the Toyota. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. If I had money, I would go and knock on people's doors to buy their Volvo 330. But I don't have any money, so I'm not doing that. So there are better Volvos than the 330. It's like... Like the model line just like right after the 330, before they start being all rounded, they're still okay. Because a lot of people want to sell if you come to them. Yeah. Unless it's their only car and they, you know. I actually think I see my old car around here. Like, I used to have a Volvo. I don't think it was the 330. I think it was like an 810 or some bullshit like that. I don't know. It's just like a slightly newer one. It was silver. But we sold it because I was going to school. I see it around and I miss it. It would have just have gone to shit. We had an Opel Vectra, and it was just standing on the yard, and it went to total shit. Everything fell apart on it. It was a pretty bad car anyway. It is, but it's like. The one I have now is an Opel as well, an Opel Meriva, and they're like the same. They have the same problems all the time, and they're broken constantly, and it's the same issues on both models. This car has mostly just been there for 2 years. I started it up sometimes a year. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta use them a little bit, otherwise they go to shit. I mean, it makes sense. It's gotta pump like the oil through it and whatnot. I suppose. I don't know much about cars. Right now I've got an annoying issue on my car where it's like... It's always had an issue when my parents had it, where there's like a metal plate behind the wheel. Behind like the plate where the brakes are. And it's supposed to like protect it from rocks and shit and dirt. But what happens is that little stones go in behind it and get stuck behind the protective plate and the brakes. So then the brakes start sounding like total trash. And it also can have like this like screeching sound the whole time when you're just driving it. And we took the wheel off, or the tire off, but didn't find any rocks there and still makes the sound, so I'm not convinced it's not the brake pads or something. They look very rusty. But we'll see. My dad's convinced it's a fucking rock, but there's no rock there. But I don't drive it that often, so it's fine. But yeah. Let's see. This should be like the other way around. If we're not combining, it should be this. And then we return sprite call. And then here we should do this. And then these two mix. And mask call should be target mask. Sampler there. This should also be sampler black. Yeah. Actually, this could be done way easier than what I'm doing now, now that I think of it. Like, way, 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 way easier. But it's fine. It's whatever. Can maybe do that later. But basically, instead of having like position and size and shit for the rectangle, all I need to do, and honestly the same for the circle to some degree, instead of this, we just use the draw with a black pixel or a white. We can just use the white pixel, but we set the color to black. Maybe, or it doesn't really matter. And then we just use the draw's rect input to set the size. That way we don't have to set these parameters. Yeah. What's missing? It's still this here. yeah, here, what we were gonna do here is, since this is a normal mask, we're gonna say mask.set effect parameters game.default render effect. Right? And then this is this for the rectangle. Then we need one here for the circle, which is gonna be circle. This is then mask. Radius. Should just be radius. Did you finish Brand last night? Kind of. I died. But I started over, so... We're doing another run now. I was trying to... What happened? Yeah. My little brother Nathan got brought in to the Inquisition and thrown in a cell, and I couldn't really do anything with it other than just let him be tortured. Which then led to us finding out that there's a heretic preacher who is preaching like basically atheism. And then I was assigned a mission to go and bring him in. And so we did. I went there and listened to his sermon. And then as they were about to leave and disperse, I told them that they were under arrest. But then, for whatever reason, which I didn't really understand why that happened, my guards weren't there. So they just killed me. And it was my final death. So that's what happened. But I was playing it on hardcore with like, you know, no, we can't see what the outcomes are and stuff like that, so. Yeah. We're playing, I'm playing, I'm gonna play him as another character this time, kind of. We'll see if we can make it to the end. It was a little... I played it on easy. Is it even a difficulty setting? Or do you just mean like you can see everything? All the options and stuff? You can see everything, yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of actually the intended way to play it, because that's why they show you everything. So you can like, okay, I want this ending, and then we can try to like work towards that. But it's kind of weird in my opinion. I don't know if this circle here needs size. Yeah, I think it's better not to know too. Maybe add size to circle set effect parameters. Then here, this is texture. And then mask size. It's the texture size. Bounds. Bounds.size is a point. You can't convert point to vector 2. See, this is my issue. Like, what? What do you mean I can't convert a point to a vector 2? Why is it like this? Yeah, they're just lazy. Like, they just don't put the thing in. Like, it's just an operator. Just put it in. I don't get it. Mask sampler ID. Oh no, this is then 2 and 1. Same thing here. 2, 1. 2, 1. Doggy. Right? And then this should be fine. However, any begin needs to contain this now. Like this is the default shader now. So we always need to have this. So where are we calling begin, where we are not doing that? Let's see, components. There's no draw. Sprite renderer. There's a draw, but there's no begin. No begin. Not here. Okay. So it's in game 1 and main controller, I think, only. Begin. So this is now point clamp. This needs to take this. Sprite batch.begin. Here it doesn't matter because this is just for drawing some bullshit strings and stuff. But in main controller there is going to be here begin effect game dot default render effect. Because here I end it and I end and begin the sprite batch for every layer, which I think is fine. Again, the hex doesn't actually need that. You can just do that. But these should take this. And then we need to actually write the renderer. We just copy this. Come on. .fx. We paste all of this in. Target mask. This needs to be like this. Maybe we need this to be different. Maybe we need like a fourth texture. Because I just want a mask here. And here I want a recursive mask. Like that. And what should this then be? This a target mask. Because you don't set the parameter on the effect, do you? No, you do. So it doesn't matter. So we just don't need to bother at all. Right? So here now we have a sprite texture, a mask, and a recursive mask. The sampler states, sure, we can have those. I don't mind. I think these... samplers are global. Okay. So this should be return. This is the default. This is what it looks like by default. Return sprite texture. So the way it should look now is basically let's say float 4 sprite call equals that. And then we just say float mask equals 1. And then we say this times mask times input.color. And then it's just a matter of if draw bool draw mask, bool draw recursive mask. If draw mask if draw recursive mask. Then we need entity. Recursive mask screen position. Which is an int2. Yes. So if draw recursive mask, then we're gonna say float recursive mask equals 1. Then we're gonna say recursive mask equals recursive mask recursive mask dot sample border sampler black input dot position dot xy. I don't think that makes sense. So okay, so we do sample level, which then demands a LOD, which should be 0, I think. And then we can say input.position minus mask recursive mask screen position. The position is XY. Oh, I'm in the wrong place here. And then we do dot A. All right, let's see. What? Oh, load exists here too, okay. Load will return 0 for out-of-bounds coordinates automatically, so we don't even need the sampler. Ah, okay. I think that makes sense. And for the mask... The mask... It's not so easy. Draw mask. This is if mask. We need a mask type here. We have mode. Let's call this one mask mode. And so if... Actually, what did I call it? In the mask... No, it's in the mask... Scriptor. Mask type, sure. Here, if mask type equals 2, then we're drawing a texture, in which case the mask will look like something like this, but the texture uses a mask position. I think I'm gonna do this just like we're doing in the other project. Where's the other one? Here. Shaders go here. That does not exist there. So we're now loading from input.position. Yeah, input.position. No, this doesn't make sense. How do we do this? This could be simple if I made the mask be like the same size. Like the mask's texture is the same size as the entity, but there's no way to guarantee that, because this, if it has like updates or like this, the sprite has an animation that might animate between different size frames. So I don't like that. That's why I prefer it being like an actual like offset pixel position. But the difficulty here is that because pixel input is from what I understand, it's the target rect, right? So if I'm writing to like x40, then this starts at x40. And that makes it kind of hard. What do I need here exactly? It's just that I just want the texture to be able to have an offset, right? So if that's the case, As long as we are rendering from the bottom left, all we need to do is convert the UV. Right? So then we can say mask.load input.position text chord is the size of the destination rect accessible you get dimensions. So you get the text chord of texture. That's not the rect. But in this scenario, I don't think we should ever be drawing like using a rect. This is only for drawing textures at size. But there is also like, I don't know how much I should even bother with the batching, because the reality is like an object, if an object even has a pivot at all, then then we need to stop. We need to end and begin the sprite batch in order to set the pivot of the object. So I think for the most part, the sprite batch is, because the way it feels when you get into this with MonoGame, it's like, yeah, sprite batching is what you should be doing, but it feels more like sprite batching is not the norm, and you should only do it when it makes sense. Otherwise, you should just end and start over and over again forever. So I think I need to like flip my mindset a bit, and then just resort to ending and starting all the time. And wherever I can find a place to not do that, then we can do that there. Yeah, I think that's the right choice. Stop trying to maintain sprite batch. But begin and just settle for recalling it every single entity. Works better for the hexagons, I think. But hey, did we stop there? We didn't fix it, but I think we're getting closer. This is... we should just comment out. Why is this? Okay. Shader model does not allow reading from precision semantics. What does that mean? I mean, the reason it says this is it wasn't working before. Sure, let's try this. Oh, wait, hold on. We haven't added that. And then in game 1, why is this shitting the bed? Oh. Okay. Man, that's annoying as shit. And so this file here is bugged because I added it in the wrong way. You can't add it just as a new file. We have to delete it. Then we go here to the content thingy. We add a new item called the sprite effect. Then we build. Then here we have file. Do I need to rename it through there too? Default sprite renderer, let's just call it that. Okay, why do I still have file there? The renaming is bugged. I get what it's doing, because it's like it's changing the name here, or it's changing the name here and it's changing it here, and then it's like it's pointing towards this one here that still has the old name, but it doesn't work because it's like still creating an XNB for like the wrong file, and then there's like duplicate XNB files and shit. Okay, so You have to right away default sprite renderer. Call it the right thing. Then we build this shit. And we open it. Really likes its level 9s. Errors immediately. Yeah, this one, it's auto-corrected to an error. Okay. Then I don't know if you need to rebuild because you changed something. But let's do that. Okay, it gets a little farther now. What? Just look, I have the default flags here. And then in transform, for example, did I don't think I've implemented this anywhere. Oh, here. So in transform, it's the issue that I don't have anything there, but it shouldn't matter. It doesn't have any flags, so the flags should just be 0. Does this solution not work? I don't really know why it's a null here. It's this, the null there? Okay. I guess that makes sense. What is this? Like, how does this work? Question mark. Returns a field info. This happens when a component subclass doesn't declare its own default flags. The reflection lookup returns null because it doesn't search the base class with those binding flags. You could also add binding flags.flatten hierarchy to pick up the base class as a fallback. Fuck me. The shaders seem really finicky when it comes to the shader. Hmm. Do you actually have to rebuild? Update shaders. Hmm? Parameter is incorrect. Or if you switch it over to 5. Rebuild again. Failed? Hmm. Oh, why can't you copy? Why can't you select text? Why can't I get shader model 5 to work? Like this works, but then it throws an exception, and who knows where or what. Okay. Okay. Might have to resolve. Might have to go and actually post in the Discord. Oh, okay. Game 1, their graphics. Graphics profile. Okay. Okay. That, I think that actually works. Okay. So then we can undo all of this bullshit. Yeah. That one is just wrong. Shouldn't be doing that. Oh. Cannot do this because could not copy. Obj debug net 8.0 Windows hexes.dll. Exceeded retry count of 10. Failed. This file is locked by Microsoft Visual Studio. This is not the first time. It loves doing that. Is it like a I haven't saved issue, or like what is the problem with that? Sorry, I can't compile because I am using the file that I'm trying to compile. Good job. Alright, let's just try restarting. Oh, like we should stop. How about now? It runs! It actually runs. But it's drawing pitch black. Because I am drawing test draw here, I think. It's not gonna do anything really, but it's drawing black. That has to do with, well, it's a good step, right? But it has something to do with the fact that I'm not setting the render target back properly after we render the masks and shit. So that's why we're just doing that. Think. I feel like this should work. I haven't changed this at all. So this should render. The question is, why isn't it? What if we... What if we don't draw this? What if we don't draw this? That's weird. What? It's still weird. It's only running once. Hmm. I'm just trying to figure out why this doesn't work. Because now this should be completely separated from any of this. And like, ah. Okay. So now we have this, right? Okay. So it was just the update was... And so setting graphics profile to high def. That works. So it's not the high def. It's the fact that I load a shader at all. No. Okay, so no, it works. But it does have to do with the shader. Because here we're calling this, right? Now it's just gonna be black, right? No. Hmm. Well, okay, in that case, I don't know why it was black. is now, and now everything's back, right? Now everything is like completely unchanged. Except that I've removed the effect from there. Is that it? No. Oh, I don't know. It works. We'll call it there. We'll play some Brant. And we'll play some Brand. And then I'll eat later tonight sometime, maybe. Eat my sand taco. I don't know why, but it's like there's just sand in my tacos. It's like I chew it and it's like crunchy. And I thought it was like the ground beef that I bought that was like another brand. So I went back to the normal brand. But that one also feels like it's got like little pieces of sand in it. And I don't really use a lot of spices. I use salt, thyme, marjoram, oregano. And none of those things should be like crunchy. But yeah, I'll be back in just a little bit, I think. It's raining outside anyway. I'll see you soon. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.